Okay, here we are, I think, my dear friends. There we are. Ooh, it is still doing that weird green thing. Don't know what that is. Well, let's just see how it goes. Seems to be flashing green every now and then. Don't know what that is. Ooh, I hope that doesn't last. We thought it was there's a batting cage up here. I thought it was that. We thought it was that. Let's just see how it goes, eh? It seems to be flashing it for a second, so I'll just give it a go. All right, good. My friends, here we are. On this beautiful winter's day in a place called Callan Park. Here we are emerging. Look at that on the bay. Today we're going to be talking about what does it truly mean for Christ to be King. And so we're going to be walking along this. There's a little island over here which I wanted to capture earlier, but I've missed out on that. Oh, looks like we can walk down here too. That's cool. We'll do that away from the bay runners that would normally be behind us and be a bit closer to the water. And so, here we are. We're doing 3 readings today. A hymn to start off from the incredible Saint Symeon, the new theologian. Hymns of divine love. Then moving on to a reading from Rudolf Steiner, from finishing off his guidelines, ruling thoughts. As we walk around this, you can see a bit of the tower there, Callan Park, which is a kind of one waterway aside from Sydney Harbour. One waterway aside. Or inlet, one inlet aside from Circular Quay. And then, 2 maybe. And then walking over to the transformed power station, which you might be familiar with from Battersea. That's sort of like a shitter version of Battersea, which they transformed in London. And so we'll find a good place to read this. And then we're talking about, of course, Christ's resurrecting miracles today, which connect with the 7 I am statements and connect with the 7 sacraments of the church and connect with how incredible is Revelation, of course it does, and connect with 7 miracles and connect with 7 days of creation. 7, 7, 7, 7. And they carry a meaning. Except with the miracles, it's in reverse. So the first day of creation aligns with We could stand on the very edge of the water too. It'd be better than over here, I think. There's just parklands behind here. The first miracle connects with the last day of creation, the eternal Sabbath, the eternal marriage of God to his creation. Thank God. The eternal marriage of God to his creation. And so, what is the wedding at Cana? When we look at the wedding at Cana, and we'll get onto this reading once we found a nice position over here, but we might as well get on with our talk. The wedding at Cana is about, think about what this is connected to. There's a deep meaning with the sharing of these 7 I ams. What's the first I am statement? I am the true vine. True vine. What's a true vine as opposed to a false vine? We also need to understand that the 7 miracles are also infirmities. So it's worth considering what is the infirmity it's healing to understand where we are and what changes with Christ from the pagan being that we are right now, what we've become again, in a sense, in our fallen corruption, and what we were before Christ incarnated. And so I am the vine. Think about, the vine is like a root, isn't it? And you see in the icon, they draw this vine, threads its way up, and grabs hold of a golden pillar, which is in between this C-shaped stone block. And that shows past, present, and future, that C shape. A sort of forcing of a fake future based on what has been, which we see now, right? With acceleration, economic, techno-capital acceleration. Christ is this vine that comes from outside that context and wraps around that thing of his, which has his image, which is this divine pillar, within this constructed brick around it. There's this red vine wrapped around it in the icon. And so whoever the icon writer, I think a lot of the time the artists don't know, they just subconsciously do it. But symbolically, it attaches with this remarriage to the future. And think about a vine being the reverse of a root. It's from the root this time, not from below the firmament. The firmament firmament. Couldn't pronounce that properly. Firmament. Anyway, I've said it enough times now. Firmament. Well, the Logos is the firmament. Firmament. Mama. The Logos is the firmament. The thought of God above the firmament. Below, the multiplicity that he is the Lord of. That he is the Lord of. And so, might see if we can get up higher over here and then find a place to read. Do our first reading. And so reverse root. A reverse. So it's not a branch, not a mere branch, but this one, as a vine, is showing where it's from at the same time. Where he's from at the same time. The true vine, not just vine, the true vine. So that fruit is from the roots, from the outside, from above the firmament. Clean, not muddy waters. And so the wedding at Cana. I am the true vine, the last day of creation. It's in the state of freedom. The first miracle is really everything that's after the Sabbath, in a sense, or before the Sabbath. The creation has been left to its freedom. The Sabbath is the withdrawal of God. The withdrawal of God for the sake of our freedom. And you see this in the prodigal son story. You see this in the prodigal son story. It's the state before he makes his decision to return, in the state of misspending. The wine, the first wine, misspending the freedom. Misspending the freedom. This was the right decision to come here. I think. And so before we'll jump into our reading, we'll get first right this wedding at Cana. Think about marriage. It's said a marriage is a festival. It's said in the wedding at Cana. Well, let's first think about how we get there. The mother says they have no wine. What does this have to do with me? Along those lines, says Christ. And this is to do with, because he's not there as the initiator yet. You are virginal nature, mother. What does this have to do with me, lady, or woman, or madam? Madam. What does this have to do with me? No, it's like lady, miss, dame, madam, ma'am, like sir or lord. But I think madam carries more, in that accent, carries more than lady, because lady is used informally almost now. Like, hey lady, you know. Anyway, so what does virginal nature say? They have no wine. Do whatever he says though. And what do we do? So one thing that you can do is appeal to the mother, because she speaks to him, and she will on your behalf, but you can also just speak directly to, and pray directly to Christ. But at the same time, you're going to have to eventually, the mother, Christ will tell you, cherish your mother, love your mother, just like he tells the other disciples. So if you don't do it initially, he's not going to not help you, but he will tell you to love your mother. But at the same time, there's one God, one triune God. Now, so you appeal to the mother. She's saying, they have no wine. Do whatever he says. And what does Christ say? Take the vessels, the urns. These are specifically said to be vessels of purification in the gospel. Well, actually, is it written in the gospel, or is it... Anyway, that's as they're understood. They're vessels of purification. Isn't that what we're trying to do? To establish the wedding at Cana? To be granted the wedding at Cana? And so, that wedding at Cana is well, what do? Pour cool, clear water into the empty vessel. To be purified, we must become empty. What does that mean? Becoming poor in spirit. What does that mean? Concentration, concentrated, surface senses closed to the world, empty. Concentration without effort in prayer. Jesus' prayer. And in that, your feet are washed by Christ. And so this is how it's brought about by him. Brought about by him. So you can see the meaning in that. It's clearly a sacrificial vessel. Clearly a sacrificial vessel. And so then, they're out of wine, cool, clear water, empty vessel, sacrificial vessel. And the first wine was better than the second wine was better than the first. This divine love, this new vine from outside time. This new vine from outside time. And so what else is said? Doxa. Doxa, glory. What is that? It's revelation, for one. It's not the vainglory of the pagans, which they're only indirectly related to, which only other people can give them. And ultimately, because it's always someone else, it's not coming from within, there's no substance to it. It's empty, isn't it, vainglory? And Aristotle even says that in terms of someone else applies it. It'll make you feel good, but at ground it's empty. It has no substance. But this revelation is direct substance granted. Well, yeah, at least call it divine energies. And so that illumination from doxa, this glory, is life-giving, but it's also illumination, revealed illumination of the future, but at a deeper level of the unconscious. And you can see this when the apostles say, let us go to Lazarus and we can die too. This is an understanding at a deeper level that's coming forth when they get to that miracle. Because it's in doxa we're showed something that is to be as well. But it begins as potentiality, unfolds as distinct human ideas, because the more distinct and multiplicitous it is, for us, let's say, that's less essential. When God speaks in words to us, in thought, and human thought and word and language, that's less essential than what He grants. That's less essential than what He grants. And so it takes time for it to unfold to the surface where we are. And so what does this mean though? Let's think about this marriage as a consummation. Remember, mortal marriages and mortal reproduction, they're all low, reproduction are lower. They're lower, reflecting the higher true archetype. What happens with a marriage? You're seeded with doxa, and in joy, when a marriage is consummated, there's joy, yes, in that soul union, but it's also a reproductive act at the same time. And what's to happen? It's a festival. There's a festival in the marriage, and it's consummated in the nighttime. But then it's a sign of the joys to come, obviously also sufferings, in the marriage and family itself that unfolds, isn't it? And that's the same with Christ. That's the same with Christ. It's the unfolding. You're seeing the whole, in initiation, you're granted in potentiality before you know what they are specifically as multiplicity. You're granted doxa, and it might not be a specific thing, but his word is with power, but the doxa that they saw then, they were astonished. Astonished. And so it's a festival, but it's also that initial transformation that occurs in the depths of the unconscious, the first recontact. Hence the vine. As we say, it has a morphological connection with a root. It looks the same. There's no leaves though. It's not about leaf. It's about I'm the vine. The root and the Alpha and Omega. The root and, right? You can see in that symbolism of vine and Alpha and Omega, root and vine. A bit further on. And that's connected with the reunion, the free reunion of man, the first step. That's what this is about. Initial doxa, for me, I did experience obviously I was practicing for a long time before this happens, and it might not be this way for everyone, but an ecstasy. But this was like a sort of out-of-bodiness, not experiencing the surface sense of body, out of body. I don't mean ecstasy in terms of feeling good. And so, we could stand on the rock over there too. Oh, there's people on top of that one. But it might not happen that way with everyone. But the thing is, seeds are planted. There'll be some sort of experience. Well, not necessarily. The seeds are planted though. The reconnection at the ground of the unconscious, that wedding, is the first step of his healing of initiates. And what's the infirmity? Let's think about that. There's a sickness here. Okay. Well, it's a missing future. The sickness... there's fucking someone playing music here. The sickness is not music. The sickness is music being played everywhere. Get away from that. Oh, you probably can't hear it at this point. The sickness is a lack of a future. Where, like the prodigal son, provoked by everything else, that's pasted over our future. The first step, the first thing that you're reunified to is his future. Because everything else is corrupted. You have this long line of destiny based on your sin, past being. People that have lived before you are part of you. Either that's you on an individual basis and you've been here before, or it's either one of those. It's either collective. The tradition will say it's that, so then it would have to be collective, if that's the case. And so, that has to be dealt with. But what's clean? What's clean? The Alpha and Omega, which is beyond the efficient cause, like it's after the end, you could call it before the beginning and after the end. It's all contemporaneous, it's all future. Because all true future comes from him. All truth comes from him. And let's see this is all still working. Then we're going to begin our reading of St. Symeon the New Theologian. Hymn 44, I think it is. Oh, is this not working or something? Maybe it's because it's flashing green so much people aren't watching. Well, I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what I can do about it though. Not sure what I can do about it though. I'm going to see if one thing might fix it. I'm going to get the battery out and I'm going to try that. And then we'll do our readings after that. Shit. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fix this anytime quickly. I'm not even sure this will work. I tell you, these cameras have been endless trouble. But it may be because I dropped this. Just give me a sec. Again. I shouldn't have stopped. Anyway, this will be back in a sec. Come on. Okay, we're back. Good. All right. Maybe that fixed it. It's not something new, but it's been reset. So there's that. I'll just walk a bit further and see if there's somewhere else we can shoot this. And so what is that about? It's about healing the future. We've talked about this before. But what we didn't talk about was that vine is an inverse of, it's an inverse of the root, because he is the root. What do we have here? An inverse of the root. Oh, some place to sit. Over here could be an option. People actually swim in this. There's people sitting there. Oh, there's some rock here. Inverse of the root, like I was saying. How's that? We'll begin our reading momentarily of St. Symeon, the New Theologians, hymn 44, Hymns of Divine Love. The purpose of these is not only to have this as not only for this to touch your surface thought, but to be about will and the depth of will and the depth of feeling, but in their spiritual roots, not their psychological being that we see so much of modernity concerned with. Let me just check that. Yeah, it looks good. It looks like the green's not happening now. We're going to come around here. I'm going to place this on top of this artwork. And then we're going to read here we go, perfect. Put you guys here. Perfect. Look at that, eh? You got the bridge in the background there, don't you? Yeah, I think you do have a little bit of it. And so, what a beautiful day. And so this is hymn 41, actually. Hymn 41 of St. Simon the New Theologian, or St. Symeon the New Theologian, whatever you prefer. I'm gonna be a hot one today. Let's take this off. I'll tie it to my bag. You wouldn't think it was winter. Crazy country, this one. And so, oh wait, did they leave that nice spot? Let's have a look. Let me just have a look. They may have. And so, hymn 41, a thanksgiving to God for the kindness done by him and a request to learn why the perfected are submitted to temptation by the demon, a lesson and a model from God concerning those who leave the world. You know my poverty. You understand my isolation. You see my weakness and my powerlessness. You, my God, who formed me, you do not ignore me, but you see things. You see my humble heart, see my crushed heart, see me approaching in despair, my God, and give your grace from on high. Give your divine spirit. Give the Paraclete, Saviour, send him as you promised. Send seeking you. Oh, you can see me, it's all good. With a thirsting soul, do not deprive unworthy me of this life, nor loathe me, God, and do not abandon me. I throw myself before your affections. I hold out mercy, and I offer your benevolence to you as a mediatrix. I have not laboured, I have not practiced works of righteousness. I have never observed one of your commandments, but I have passed all my life as a profligate. Nevertheless, you did not overlook me. But when you searched, you found me straying. You turned me from the road of error. Lifted toil, but as though resting, as in a carriage, you gave me to travel the rough roads with ease until you had restored me to the fold of your sheep, until you united me to and appointed me among your servants. I proclaim your mercy, I sing your compassion. Thanking you, I marvel at the wealth of your kindness. And I was called up to you, as was said, my God, and now I am, it seems to me, wholly given to your service, nailed to the light and glued to you, gripped by your desire, chained by your love. I am at a loss, I am dumbfounded, I cannot understand. How then, Lord, how would the affliction of earthly things separate me from your grace? Why such a one as I, who have stumbled and sinned? Why, after I have angered you more, my Christ, do you abandon me? O good one, to greater sorrow, beyond that which my soul was impassioned. Tell me and teach me now the depth of your judgment. Tell me, and do not loathe me, who speaks unworthily. You who of old feasted with sinners and prostitutes, and dined, master, with profligates and publicans. To these things my mind is down. Certainly, you know what I say, and I wrapped all of you and all of your members in swaddling clothes, and I raised you on milk over food and drink, for what pertains to me is inexpressible and by all means inexplicable, and I gave you to a pedagogue, or pedagogue. You know whom I mean, and like a little child growing by the hour, already you became an adolescent, and indeed even a young man, and you are not unaware that I am always with you, and increasing in you, and protecting you on all sides, until you have completed well the stages of growth. And so now are you not in your prime, or rather truly a man, and by now becoming perfected as you lean towards old age. And notice, as Symeon speaking as Christ says here, when he means becoming man, becoming the true Anthropos. How is it that you wish to be carried in my arms like an infant? How do you ask to be wrapped in swaddling clothes and carried again? How should you be nourished with milk and be under a pedagogue? Tell me. A spiritual father. Because he's an older man now, I would guess. Tell me, do you not blush to say these? Blow. You know the enemies of whom I speak, armies of demons. When you have received a blow, strike without mercy. Falling, get back up again. When arrows are sent, do not forbear to throw them back again at those who throw them, at those who contrive these evils against you. And he doesn't mean humans, but here, this is a spiritual battle he's talking about. He's talking about demons. But those who wound you with despair, may they be wounded by hope sent from you. And when they punch you with anger, and they are forced on you by rage, may their face be slapped by your meekness. By your meekness. Not, or are you an infant or a child, or do you now have weakness of soul, or is your mind too utterly weak for resistance? You know how to flee the enemies and conquer them again. For when you fight, you also have me as an accomplice and protector. And when you flee, you possess me as a strong and secure shelter. And tell me, why do these things in the world distress you? What sort of things? Gold or silver or precious stones? And what stone is more brilliant or shinier than me? Or what kind of stone is priceless like me? But what does deprivation of lands or lack of bread or forsaking wine utterly agitate you? And what of land of the meek? And what prepared bread or wine in the world is like my grace, like the divine spirit? What is like the bread of life that I provide, and my body and blood for the pure heart, and unhesitant faith for those who eat and drink me? With fear and trembling, both spiritually and perceptibly. Remember, it's a concrete fact interacting with the Lord. It's embodied too in the blood, in the heart. What pleasure, what joy, what glory, tell me, on earth is greater than to see me alone as in an enigma reflected contemplation and worship means he becomes into us divine love. What better thing could there be to do? It's the modern might not understand that. It's all saying me, like Christ saying, yes, contemplate me, and you'll become me, and I become you. That's why it makes sense. I don't think it doesn't make sense to some mortal who only understands egoism, really. And so, and though it, and through it, to be instructed in these things and more than these, and to learn precisely that I am God, creator of all things, creator of to a friend, having passed beyond the rank of hired servant and the fear of slavery, serving me tirelessly, attending me in love, associating with me by obedience to the commandments. I do not mean those who serve me nor again those who come to me as slaves, but I speak of those who are my friends, familiars, my sons by their actions. Write briefly what these actions are. To suppose themselves to be more worthless than anyone in the world, not only among their fellow ascetics and worldly people, but even considering themselves truly worse than the Gentiles. To reckon, and this is why it's so important, because the devil will often come with temptation, to have on hand as a practice will often come with temptations of pride. It's not some typical fact. We want that. We want his virtues and dispassion because it ultimately comes from him. And so that is a great response. Or St. Sophrony of Essex, the great recent saint, died in the 90s. Great hesychast, contemplative, it was so important. What he would do when any thought of pride, there's a particular danger with pride, these thoughts have got to be treated a little bit differently. Don't argue with the devil, as he says. Don't ever. He's smarter than you. Don't. He's millions and millions of years old. Don't argue with him. The point is to get away as soon as possible. Don't react. But a response to particular pride temptations is to say, "My murderers have come," and then back to Jesus' prayer. My murderers have come. It's for some reason St. Sophrony recommends that. Because they have, with the pride thoughts, because they want to murder your relationship to the Lord. You know, anyone that dallies with these things is so foolish. Pray for them, because not only are these demons dally with these things. These demons provoke murder. They provoke all sorts of sodomy. They don't do it, but they don't create all the egregores necessarily, but they provoke the murder, they provoke the torture. They hate us. All sorts of horrible depravity, the torture of people and incredible suffering. They provoke people into doing it, and provoke people into the demons of despondency and depression and suicide. And you want to dally with these things? With divination or whatever, they're evil. It's not a drama. It's not a devil with the pitchfork. That's actually, that image is really nefarious. Don't treat it lightly, because they hate you. So, anyway, everyone who's watching this knows that. But it's just like, it's just such a shame, the people that dally with that sort of thing. We're now giving a sort of list of briefly what these actions are. To reckon a small transgression of even one of the least commandments to be the loss of eternal life, to regard little children as perfect men, and to prostrate before them as to the famous, likewise to assign honour to the blind, while I watch from on high the deeds of all persons, and to do things on my behalf again. It's these, and readers aside, it's these impulses that matter. The Lord cares about the means by which you act. What's pushing you? Is it Him as a fact of experience? Or is it actually something else? And it's really very hard to determine that unless you have Him. To pray from your soul with a suffering heart and with sympathy for all those who sin against you. Likewise also for those daring to do such things against me, with tears begging their conversion. At the same time to bless those who curse you and to praise those who always abuse you jealously, and to hold as those me, my master, Christ, this is Christ speaking, as their master. Do not stop admonishing them. For one who receives you receives me, I have said, and one who hears you certainly hears me. But one who does not receive your words and admonitions with trembling and fulfill them unto death, such a one shall not have a share of my eternal glory, will not be ranked with the crucified one, and with me who obey the Father unto death. Nor will they stand on my right, nor do such people become co-heirs of those who crucified themselves. Hereafter, do not cease admonishing. Hereafter, do not cease weeping. Hereafter, do not cease seeking their salvation. So that if and to me sincere and obedient, so that I may also receive them through you and glorify them, I may offer them with you to my Father as gifts. If they will not renounce their own will, if they will not despise their own soul, as I've said, if they will not become dead to their own private will, and in this life, according to your will, fulfilling my will through you, you will not lose your reward, you will not be deprived of it, but I will give you a double portion in place of a single reward. Because even though you were not obeyed, you did not refrain from speaking, but you were hated even more, and the more you were turned as these, I want you to serve me. Hasten to please me through such things, and similar things, for I rejoice in such things. Do not prefer to be idle, nor choose at all another thing in the world over the benefit of your soul. For what will it profit one who gains the world, or one who nurtures everything in it, or teaches, or even saves everyone, if one's self is not saved? And so who, or even how, could any poor wretch save others and not save their own soul, but rather destroy it? One who dissolves my command, the master of all things, and as if trampling through it and stepping outside it, so in the world, still they shall be a stranger to me and far from my sheep, just as certainly as if they had dissolved the fence of the courtyard. Wow. Isn't this what we were saying? The motive, impulse, the means matter. Where it comes from matters. What's the subtext of what you're saying and what you're doing? Why are you enjoying it? Why are you motivated? It's not, oh, in the end, the cultural Christianity. No. Is it actually coming from Christ? Is he actually directing your actions? Are you clean of the passions when and doing them? Or is it revenge? Is it combative courage? Is it will to power? Very difficult to determine without him. He cares about where the impulse comes from. Oh, battling these people. Battling these people. Motives. You can tell that by observing someone in the subtext. How do they behave? How do they deliver? Anyway, let's not go into that. If they had dissolved the fence of the courtyard, hang on, they'll be a stranger to me and far from my sheep, and permitted the sheep to exit not only through the gate, but even unjustly provided an entrance for wild beasts, such as one will endure an unspeakable judgment on account of all the sheep, and the wretch shall be cut in two. In the mouth of the angels uttered approval in unceasing voices, and the just ones fell prostrate when they heard and said, "Your decision is not bribed, your judgment is without suspicion. For you have judged free from the passions." There you go. You have judged free from the passions, O merciful God. For how is it that one who has not abandoned their own will, has not given first place of honour, and kept free of damage the will of your representative, as they should your will, the will of the Master, just as you yourself have observed the will of your Father, merciful one? How would such a one be seen as your co-heir and full partner? The sacrifice of the intellect, the sacrifice of the will. But also, as the contemplatives said, once they were able to consult Christ in every key, to ask questions and know the difference between a yes and a no, and determine if it's from the Master based on the phenomenology which the saints talk of, that disclosed by Christ in the depth of our hesychastic prayer. The same are disclosed in answers to questions because of a mercy from him. Now, what the contemplatives know from that is that they begin to realize, oh, no, we actually can't judge. That it's an incredible burden for man to judge all these different things alone. He's supposed to be in this union with Christ to be able to ask. Yeah, you can do these little decisions, but even that's becoming organism on their side against you, and their data, their big data, against you, and you're just little old you with your little old calculative intellect. But even so, Christ all along was saying this, though. The contemplatives all along were saying this, that truly you can't judge without him. And they say it in volume 5 of the Philokalia. Incredible. Only has been just translated into 2023, translated into English for the first time. Well, actually someone else had done it before that, but it's not such a good translation. Callistos Ware, I guess it was you could consider it his final work before he passed. As one who heeds God's will unto death, which means not doing one's will in anything, not to give in to blood relatives, nor to prefer the flesh, that is kin and natural bonds, the affection that binds those on earth to the things they have renounced and turns them completely around backward. That's not to say you don't still love and help them. It's that you love them because Christ grants you divine will, as divine love. It's not psychological love. And if everyone loves the Master first, it's better for all of them, right? Same with your children. You've got to love the Master first, and in following him, it's the same for your child. Needs to love the Master. Needs to love the Master. Bring them to the child. Needs to understand these things with a growing perspective that's divine. Christ grants us the ability to understand these things outside of a pagan mind, a lower temporal mind, by granting us eternity and union, little by little. Affection that binds those on earth to the things they have renounced and turns them completely around backwards. The martyrs cried, truly the judgment is just. For as one eagerly gives oneself for martyrdom, if their family comes to them, both women and children, saying these things with mourning, do you not have mercy on your children? Do you not feel pity, heartless one, for the widowhood of your wife? Or are you not bent sympathetically by their beggary? Do you not consider their destruction and have pity? But will you leave them orphans, strangers, beggars? One ought not to listen to their voice for even a moment, nor give an ear to all their complaints. And again, he's talking, these are pagan, it's a pagan mentality. He's saying, remember also he's a monastic, and monastics pray for the whole world. They're not going there to save themselves, as St. Paisios says. Their prayer is helping their children, and the Lord will guide the children. Symeons, guess what happened to them? They joined the monasteries and found Christ, right? It was best for them. So all his relatives joined the monasteries and were saved. So do you not rather expect to be condemned like a murderer because you are bent and you seek to save your own soul? One ought not to listen to their voice for even a moment, nor give ear at all to their complaints, neither to escape the chains and prison by them by denial of you, Christ. But rather one must remain in the torments as they were already dead, to persons in thirst and hunger, not remembering one's affairs or from them, and be occupied by contemplation of the heart, turned towards you, to persevere unto death by your desire alone, nor in the least should any one look at those who turn away, nor look at those who deny you and turn back again to their previous vomit, to their previous practices, to their worries of wife and children on earth, nor by any excuse whatsoever be fettered in them, for one no longer exercises power over one's own soul. A monastic, an initiate, is someone set aside, and if divine will wills it, he knows best for what's for them and for you. And for this reason many, when the prisons were opened by you and the chains were completely loosened from the body, your servants did not choose to get out and flee, but remained as if still chained. And so thus, Saviour, those who are now in the world and who renounce the world, and at the same time renounce all relatives, friends, companions, and every concern, the love of these things, right, in the world, and before all these to them, and don't do that unless they're trying to actively stop you. Then you need to shut them out, completely. If they're trying to stop you from doing divine will, or they're trying to stop you from true religious and communion with Christ, then you need to cut them off. If they're not working against that, then don't do any of that. So. And thus, Saviour, those who are now in the world, who renounce the relatives, friends, companions, and every concern for things in the world, before all these, their own will, they will no longer have any authority over themselves. But even if they are not restricted by their abbots, and he's talking, he's not necessarily talking to monastics, but even if they are to keep the presence and serve to abbots and to all the brothers with them who practice asceticism in the monastery. And so, like being an island in the middle of the sea, they ought to dwell and to consider the whole world utterly inaccessible for settlement by themselves, was established around, and their whole monastery. So all those who are in the world do not pass through to the monastery, nor do those on this island go over to them in the world and look upon them with strong affection, memory of them in heart or mind. Rather, monks ought to be disposed like corpses to corpses, regarding them as not by their senses, and they become as lambs, truly willing figures of the martyrs. Those were, and this was in the year 1000, by the way, these words filled with desire and full of affection for the Master. The cherubim heard them, and in fear they sang. And witnessed each hour by their desire alone. Yes, again, said the Father through the Son and the Spirit, and proclaimed, truly those who love God with their heart and remain faithful to his love alone and hourly die to their own will, these are genuine friends, these are co-heirs, and these are martyrs by their free choice alone, without scrapings, the rack, hot coals and cauldrons, and without burning fire and swords cutting them. To this, all the hypercosmic hosts at once gave a great shout. Your judgment is just, all merciful one. Let it be written, let it be sealed both now and from. What makes to is that your Christ makes you angelic. Your logical loves. You're not going to stop loving the people. Remember, all the commandments are followed. So you have to take the context of, when you're reading someone like this, of the religion, of the commandments, that it's not going to contradict key commandments, such as loving your neighbor. It's talking about the transformation from psychological love and hate to divine love and hate. Thank God. Thank God. And so, keep that for later, maybe need to fill that bottle. Okay. Oops. All right. Okay, I'll check these chats as well before we go. See where we are. Oh, what a beautiful day. I can't believe how hot it is. I brought my jacket thinking I'd need it, but not really. Not really. Okay. Not really. Okay. Let's have a look there. A rubble field. Saturday to you, Scott. Praying for a blessed walk in spiritual. Ooh, is it still working? Everything working? Looks like the data rate might have just gone on for a second there. Are we still good? Okay. Is it lagging every 2 seconds? What's happening there? Unbelievable. It seems to be still doing this audio. Okay, we're back. Well, it still seems to be doing it. I'm not sure what the problem is. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, what to do? Let me just figure out what to do here. Because yeah, I don't know. Maybe try resetting this. Yeah, you missed the Coke bottle. It's already been drunk. No, that doesn't seem to have fixed it. Sorry, everyone. I know this is boring, but I'm just going to keep going then. What do you do? Nothing we can do. I think you can basically hear it. Is this working? You can basically hear it. Let me know, guys, if in the chat, say that it's too annoying to listen to. I know there's some little like blurpiness that's happening every so often. And so, if it's breaking up badly, let me know, because then next time in the chat, I'll try to reset it in a different way. And so we're up to the second miracle of Christ. If we can walk down here, I'm not sure we can walk down here. The second miracle. The second miracle, that's the healing of the nobleman's son. What is it also? It's the way, truth, day of creation. The sixth day of creation. And so, you've got to think about what's the infirmity. What's the sickness that's being healed? If the healing is way, truth, and life, if that's the healing of a spiritual faculty, way, true, and life, well, that's a connection with what did we just see healed? The true vine of access to the true future, which is Him. And you see this a little with the nobleman. His name, the actual word of his name, means king's man. And so king's man means he surrendered his eye for the will of the monarch. And so back then, A king's man was part of a egregore, or a gabor, around a gabor, a man of power. And so that has caused a sickness in the body of his son. And you can see it's not just a mere healing of a person that turns up. It's the healing of the actual father. It's about the father-son relationship. This man's father is on the horizontal, not the vertical. The horizontal, not the vertical. And so this also is connected later in the miracles to the subject of this stream, in that it's about, this feels like going into Sherwood Forest, doesn't it? It's about, in what manner is Christ king? What does Christ as king mean? And it's tied up with this idea of the I. Where are you free? There is such a thing as the individual, not in the liberal sense at all. Because all the liberal it deals with is, liberalism is a mere degeneracy. It's mine will. It's kind of Nietzschean in a way. Liberalism is degeneracy of mine will. It's not bowing it and not a hierarchy of initiates. It's merely being a provoking of what has been in the past. That's liberalism. So that's not the individual we're talking about here. This is Callan Park, by the way. You can probably see it on the map. You can see it used to be a mental institution, but it's quite beautiful, like most of these old medical places are. Now, kings, man, Christ says something on the lines of, if you believe in me, if you be and live in me, if you believe in me, your son will be healed. And then he says your son is healed, and it's the exact moment that this happened, that he believes in Christ, that his son is healed. That's a shame. These are quite nice sandstone buildings, and I guess they don't have the money to upgrade them yet, fix them up. They're losing their shingle, are they called shingles, the tiles? Losing their slate. And so this king's man is like these dead buildings. They're calling back to an old era in disrepair with no ground. He has no eye. He's negated his responsibility to vertical heredity. Vertical heredity. Now, what does the king do in temporality? The heredity, what has been, the spirit of the ancestors, all this stuff is what has been, also genetics, at the expense of the future, at the expense of true fruit. That wine is dying. Paganism was a Luciferic beginning to a satanic end. It was always, the West's decline is paganism. The decline is all based on pagan forces. It's pagans' fault because it's what they worship. A Luciferic beginning, a satanic end, spiritual impulses that are disconnected from the eternal. And so naturally, we're always going to be a mere reappearance. And their God, you can see their God, they'll start to worship progress. What is that? It's an alternate way, truth and life, isn't it? It's the sickness that Christ comes and heals. It's this way, truth and life. It's this motive power of heredity, this motive power of kings, of other mortals. And what does that, think about the emperor of mankind. Yeah, we all like Warhammer 40k, but what is it really? The emperor is Satan. Think about it. Thousands and thousands of psykers are sacrificed every moment to keep the golden throne alive. What else is that but Antichrist? You know? When his son comes to see him, whatever his name is, the Ultramarines, he treated me like a mere pawn in his game, not a son, naturally, because it's Satan, right? It's this emperor, this cult of kings. Satan seeks to make you a mere extension of that will to power. It's like Sauron, the emperor of mankind, is a different intellectual property, but it's Sauron in grimdark mode. Think about all the Space Marines. It's just everything is... It's not sacrificing your will to a loving God. It's sacrificing your will to a slaver. But the thing is, you do that in liberalism anyway, because that slaver is these desires. You think you're escaping them like the Uberman, but it's merely why? To just seek to change the ground of your will, to seek to choose freely, but the thing that you desire to choose was merely implanted there in temporality. So the only way free of that is to find this loving God. And thank God he exists and he's outside time, and you're only free and make free decision in him. In him. Thank God. Here we're getting to see some nice buildings now. This one's quite beautiful. Just walk up to it. And so that's what this healing of the nobleman's son is. It's the wandering Adam of heredity. It's a false way, a false truth, and a dying life. That's the sickness. Sixth day of creation, second miracle. It's tied up with the image and likeness of God. And so it's about re-establishing vertical heredity. Now, why don't we just talk about this issue for a moment? We'll get to it though. Well, maybe we'll get to it when we get to the feeding of the 5,000, which is that next? Well, let's just talk about it now. Judas Iscariot had no faith in mankind. He wanted the master to become a mortal king. In the miracle of the feeding of the 5,000, when they try to make him a mortal king, what does Christ do? He flees back up to the upper kingdom, the mountain. Why? Why? Think about it in the context of this second miracle. The son's body is healed. Now what happens? What happens to this? And here's the building we're going to show you. Pretty nice, right? Oh, you can't even see it, sorry. It was turned a bit to the left. What happens is after he's healed, the name in the gospel changes from king's man to Anthropos, or individual, human again. Truly human means to believe in Christ, to be and live in Christ, to have Christ live in you. That's to be truly human and a man. And then leader of the family, leader of the house. So this calls for all fathers who are watching this. If you want to free your children for the future, you can only truly lead them by bowing yourself to Christ. And that's what protects them from infirmity. Praying for them, of course, as well. To unit base and catering, you can tell that people do a lot of film shoots around here, right? Unit base and catering, some Emma's Dance Club, must be some show or something. And so, why are you still turned that way? I have a feeling this new camera is just full of bugs and isn't going to fix the problems I was hoping it was going to fix. And so, king's man, leader of the house, but let's dive into this now. Christ is offered the same thing that he heals. Become our king. It's what Judas Iscariot expected. What does that mean though? What is the relationship of this noble to the king? It's what's the king is in a power hierarchy. Later on, when Christ says to the Roman Pilate, Pontius Pilate, he says, you only do so because they have the greatest sin, because you're forced to do so. What he means is Caesar. You're forced to do this. It's not your free decision. The master does not want that relationship with you or anyone. He freed the nobleman from it. Why? The nobleman didn't have an eye. He didn't freely choose. The king enforced his will by power and violence. That's what Satan does in terms of spiritual beings. That's what Satan does, doesn't he? That's what Satan does. So you're getting a sense now, the difference between Christ and how important your freedom is to him. How so much of this is about you loving him first, coming to him freely, making your own free decision. Right? We get this in the miracles. If he did what the multitude tried to make him a mortal king, to merely provide the bread, like the kings of old would control food, wouldn't they? Bags of rice was currency in Japan. They control the granary. No, Christ doesn't do that. It's not a mode of manipulation. And so what's the difference? The king doesn't want your participation. He just participation. You don't have an eye. You're a king's man. You don't have an eye, neither did the nobleman. It's obviously different in European kingships because Christ has existed all that time. When you're going back that far, that's what it was. Or at least that's what it means. And so what does Christ require? In this relationship, he wants your participation. It's not a matter of just being his extension. You have to do your bit as well, but not much. If you call straight on him, my Panagia, my Panagia, my Maria, my Maria, my Panagia, my Panagia, my Christ, my Jesus, help me. Mark the cross before you do anything. That's a practice St. Paisios recommends. I would say do a bit of concentration without effort as well, so you can feel spiritual touch behind the eyes, and my Panagia. Or if you don't want to use Panagia, because it's a Greek word, it just feels more intimate, Panagia. But my Maria, or my mother, it's my Jesus, my mother. This is your father, you're a child that he loves. But at the same time, he wants your participation, but free. He wants free beings. Freely come to him. Why? Because he loves you. Because he loves us. Because he wants us to be free friends and sons. Not mere extensions. And so it would defeat his whole purpose of the healing of the nobleman's son, and the healing of the nobleman. The healing of the nobleman is what it's really about. The son benefits, but it's really about the healing of the nobleman. And so Christ is king. Christ is king. No, not in the sense of mortal king or emperor. He wants, if you enslave a bunch of people, he doesn't want that. He wants people to freely come to him. In love, it's the only way for him to show himself, or the only way that he requires this. Because he's the God of love, not God of power. So you got to be careful when you're talking about, definitely use Christ as king all the time, say it from the tower tops, but just understand what we're saying. He wants our love, and he wants us to be made to be like him. He wants to make it. He wants us to follow his divine will, have an intimate relationship with him in communion, in divine union, but at the same time to participate, contribute with what we're given. Follow his divine will, yes, but say, okay, ideas for this different thing. He wants us to bring whatever forces we have to the equation. You know what I mean? For instance, poetry. Let's just give this as an example. If you were just to say, Lord, or Muse, inspire me, that's before, almost like a before Christ thing, right? Really, it's your soul. It actually changes. When you look at the literature, the pagans would talk about Muse, inspire me, and then later on, it's my soul, my soul. Because what happens? The development of the human microcosm is something that developed before the incarnation. What is it? It's like a deciduous tree to a evergreen tree. One is tied to the seasons, the other has whatever forces it gets from those 4 seasons, no matter what season it is. Many of these are like that. They're just green all year round. Same as it is with them, so too is it with the human microcosm. It used to be a complete mystical participation at the whim of the macrocosmic archetypes, celestial influences, that total unconscious. Then it became still the microcosmic unconscious, the human personality, and that's still what has to be healed for every individual. I can't remember why we went there with the microcosm. And so it's really key to get this, really key to understand how big these are, nice big trees, aren't they? Really key to understand. Pardon me. Pardon me. Big, beautiful tree. This would have been here probably all the way back in almost near the start of the colony. Maybe later than that, but still huge. And so this is about healing of the past before we switch over to the New Testament time. The healing of the past. The healing of heredity to restore vertical heredity. And so Christ retrochronically heals the Son by healing the Father. And so there's some connection there. Some people talk about, some esotericists talk about the vital unconscious, psychological unconscious. Like I say, it can be individual or collective. This influence that's spiritual, it's not true spirit, but it's vital unconscious, psychological unconscious. These are what we're talking about when we mean microcosm. Influences, archetypes. Now some would say that it's either collective or it's individual. It's either reincarnation or it's a collective. And so all the historical lives persist if they're not. And so we can consider it that way. And that would mean those that are in purgatory and Hades still influence the now. Like hell persists. And so, or it's individual. And so it's the same situation as just merely that you've been here before and the whole purpose is to theosis. And until you complete theosis, either by having prayers for you in the after, people, you pray for the dead, I do that every day, or you get another go to continue the theosis. And in that case, these forces from those previous lives are pushing in the now. Just like with the nobleman, he's affecting his son, right? That's a more direct line of heredity, but some believe that that also is feeding in the vital unconscious and the psychological unconscious, not just the physical body, as is connected hereditarily. But as we know in the Old Testament, previous sin of father would affect the son. That's right, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's correct. And so, hereditary sin. Now you can see how much how much every man needed to be free from. And so Christ's whole setup was this line of purification, this people of purification, so they could be sent into the desert collectively and individually to have the opportunity to be purified. What does that mean? It means the awakening of I forces, which is, where do you think it comes from? It comes from Him. It comes from Him. And we see this in the next miracles. If we just jump forward a bit to the feeding of the 5,000, what happens? They try to make Him a king. He duplicates the bread. This is about also the hierarchical principle. If you were to experience the Logos up front, bang, I might go where they were going. In ecstasy, it might destroy you if you haven't been purified first. And so that's what a priest is for, to so it's these forces that we get in communion, in the liturgy, to lead us up slowly to Him. And the apostles do the same thing. Christ gives them the bread, they divvy the bread out, and then what are the remaining parts of the bread? They are the miracle. Christ is the sun, the apostles are the moon, and what are the people that get fed? They're individual stars. After communion, you radiate that new forces of peace from His ground of peace. You radiate them into temporality and into other people you meet. Divine love, not mere psychological love. Not mere psychological antipathies and sympathies, but divine sympathies. Divine love. And so, well, maybe I won't jump ahead with the miracles because I want to go through each one and talk about which day of creation they're related to and such. Okay, let me just quickly talk. I'll go through these again, but I want to quickly talk about the next miracle at night time. The apostles on the water, the multitude want to go back to the provokings of, let's say, the initial king. Their desires on temporality. They're fed spiritually by Christ. And then He says, will you too leave, to Peter? Where would we go, Lord? Where would we go? Where would we go, Lord? And so the multitude wanted to make Him king. They received their spiritual food when He wouldn't become king, and then they leave. I don't know if I'm getting the exact events there right. But the point is, I shot a film here when I used to make film. Right at these gates. It's the last shot of the film. Just there. I think, well, maybe it was here. I probably couldn't have got it if it was before, when the trees were overgrown. Yeah, I don't know. I think we were just situated about here, shooting there or something. It's nice, isn't it? It's a good location. Many films have been shot here. We don't have as grand locations, although in the city there are some, but we don't have as grand locations as somewhere like in Europe or even America has. Well, I suppose you've got probably about as many as American city has in terms of period locations, but anyway, it's pretty. Now, the I forces, they're not fully surrendering the multitude, but in the next miracle, the walking on water, what happens? The apostles are awake when they're dreaming. They're woken from sleep, but they can still see the spiritual. They can still see the spiritual. And what happens? Well, they're all on a ship together. They perceive this Their destiny is aligned, is what that means. They're all on a ship together, all towards destination. There's a wind blowing them all in one direction. That's Christ. Then there's these waves, these cosmic forces. Oh look, they turned it into some sort of location for fake. They're probably shooting that, I don't know, some period story. You can see they've changed these into some street, as if it's a street. Yeah, they've done set design on it. I think they shoot a bit of that silly Fagin show here. It's become, well, no, yeah, it's basically pretty much always was in terms of who ruled Hollywood. Always was. Anyway, moving on. And so, they are, what they would usually experience as desires within are now experienced as what they are, these cosmic forces. The will to power is experienced externally. Satan approaches externally. Wow, and our equilibrium is unset. We awake, and this happens. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it happened to me and it happens to others, that you might be awoken in your sleep and be disturbed by these cosmic forces. You feel it like maybe holding you down or something, or just movement, like gravity moving around. Jung would have experienced this, but anyway, ultimately his conclusions were degenerate, but some things are worth learning from Jung. He's wrong in his conclusions about anything to do with religion. But his examination of the unconscious, there's stuff to learn there. And so, but what does Christ say? Christ is walking on the water. And what is, it is I, do not be afraid. And that's what you do. You just pray the Jesus prayer when if you're ever woken up in sleep and you're experiencing the imaginations or this cosmic forces. You just pray the Jesus prayer, wait, and it'll go away. That's you appealing to who grants you the true freedom and I. You're being granted these forces, so it's being challenged by what hates you, which is Satan and Lucifer. Satan and Lucifer. There we go. And so those forces are the ones that he wants you to freely have. It's all your choice, isn't it? He's saying, it is I, do not be afraid, and walk out on the water towards me. Doesn't he say to Peter? I can't remember exactly what happens. I think we'll do our reading here as well. It's pretty nice here. Maybe facing back this way. With the city in the background. Maybe. Well, you can see the front of it here. It's quite nice. Interesting that a mental institution they'd invest that kind of money in them. I think it was part of the College of Arts or something. I don't know if it is anymore. But yeah, it's pretty. And the city, of course, is over there behind this. And here, over here. It is I. Do not be afraid. And so that's how he wants to be king and how he is king. Freely choosing, where else would we go, Lord? Not the will to power. Freely choosing to be a participant, but yes, because what does he say? Ultimately, he wants you not to just be a servant, but a friend, a loving friend, a loving son. That's what he wants, has in store for you. Not to be a king's man. So you've got to be careful about how we assign kingship to him. To him. Which is why it's important that we also, when you do the Lord's Prayer, you pray for everyone. Can you see the city there? I guess so. Yeah. So give you a bit of building in the background as well. Why is it important to the Jesus prayer, have mercy on me, a sinner? Because these other prayers we pray, we're doing collective, and you should every day. But you need to have this intimate, my Panagia, my Maria, my mother, my Jesus, my Jesus. That's why the monastics talk about this kind of language. You're a little sheep to him, you're his son. That's the idea eventually. You only become it once you've sacrificed the will and the intellect. Do you truly become that? Which is what this is all about. You have to go through all the miracles first as he converts you. But eventually, that's the point though, that intimate inner relationship, my Panagia, my Jesus. Because there is a tendency to depersonalize him, and even in collective prayers, I think. And the West, people in the West, even though it's kind of a worldwide phenomenon now, we really need help with that, to get us to that true intimate relationship. At the same time though, you can see the wrong end of this in Protestantism, where it's sort of delusion. They just think that any old thought that comes in their head is, oh, it's the Lord, even if it's, there's no epistemic principle. There's no checking the phenomena that the monastics and the hesychasts talk about in the Philokalia. No truth criterion. That just sounds like, oh, okay, it's something the Lord would say. It matches with tradition, perhaps. Or even then, that's pretty lax. I think they just assume thoughts that come to them are, if it sounds like something the Lord might say, that it's the Lord. No. The point is you check. What does St. Mark say? Who's more devout? He who holds it, like rejects it first, or he who questions the thought or just accepts it? St. Peter of Damascus says, never be certain. See if it bears fruit over time. That's part of our truth criterion, epistemic principle, among other things. But there's also what we do, what the spiritual phenomena are by their descriptions, also through purification first. You can't just do this through regular prayer. You have to it has to be concentration without effort in prayer. The sacrificial urn, the purification urn in the wedding at Cana, you need time to become that. You have to give him an hour. Can you not watch with me for an hour every morning? Concentration is becoming, what's an urn? It's closed off to one hole. It's closing off all the senses. You need concentration to what does concentration do? It pulls into one thing. And you attend the all, but with your eyes closed, in a quiet space. The senses have been closed down. And we begin and we pray the Jesus prayer. And then what happens? He transforms water. We're becoming water, right? Because we're rejecting all foreign thought. We're becoming poor in spirit by rejecting all foreign thought, or rejecting all thought, and concentrating. And he washes our feet. We become poor in spirit in that process, given enough time. It's not a direct cause. It's a moral action that he requires of us. And then he ultimately provides the purification. Thank God. But you can tell through these miracles what's happening here. It's a freeing of false kingship, false ways. Not from eternity, that make man unfree. That make man not be an individual when we all have the image and likeness of God. Well, sorry, we become like when we've warped the likeness, but the image of God's there. And that's why he incarnated, partly, to free us And that's why that's how he's our king, to have a direct, intimate relationship with him, to follow his divine will from within, freely in love. Because we know he's got the best plan for us, and he is the future, because he is divine love, naturally. And because he said he offers it to everyone, no matter who they are, if they repent. And that's everyone. Everybody. You know, it's not just for some select Masons, Freemasons, a select. It is esoteric in the sense of it's the depth life, but it's free for everyone. The depth aspect of the church. The way there, it's just, are you willing to give the time to it? But it's for everyone. If you ask the Lord and spend enough time, he'll teach you these things. That's what the true gnosis is. It's not some secret by some little group held. You do have to put the time and effort in, but it's free for everyone. In a sense, it's a secret of those just simply willing to put the time in. It's not withheld. And if there is a secret, it's only because if you're putting the time in, it would not be good for you to hear a certain thing in terms of, there are some things the Lord wants to intimately teach you once you choose to come to him. Because he does say, don't throw pearls before swine. But if you are serious and say you're going to Athos again and again, you know, eventually a monastic's going to tell you a certain thing if you're doing the practices, right? It's not withheld. But certain things are talked about symbolically because it's a pearl before swine sort of thing. The Lord wants to reveal certain things. And what that really means is just tact. It's tact in revealing. Tact. And so in this depth life, you've got to have a certain amount of tact, and certainly you've got to ask the Lord how you talk about certain things later on. This is once you've developed for a year in doing it or more. But certain things you want to be careful, because I don't have any tact. That's my problem. I'd rather just go, this is what he does. These are the miracles. These are what you feel internally. And this is... And so, no, I'm an idiot. But thank God the Lord helps me to slow down there. Don't talk about that. And let them come to it. It's really about your discovery too, because if you ruin everything, give people the wrong idea about the things that they're there to discover in this process that are so wonderful to discover with Christ in the depth life. And so let me look. Is this working? And so we're going to be reading from Steiner's guidelines now. John Stubble says, our king is actually a slanged lamb, a slayed lamb, I think he means to say. But right now, it's seated at the right hand of God, Son of humanity, true obedience. Scott, gorgeous building. Thank you for showing us around. So peaceful. This place is perfect for meditation. Gorgeous tree, very ancient looking. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? I'm glad I went and had a look at it. And it seems to be okay. That green thing's not happening anymore. So that's good. So we're free to read our book. What did we do, though, to change that? We reset the... John Stubble says he's like the light. Likely shines through everywhere, not just particular country or group of people. Spirit wants to speak to everyone. Absolutely. And hinting. You see, this is why. When you get this idea of freedom and why he doesn't want to make himself the wrong kind of king, you understand why he lets the prodigal son go off and spend it how he wants. Why he doesn't just blow people away with these huge miracles, because that would enslave them to his power. Just like giving you an immediate ecstasy right at the start when you first, you haven't done anything. Symeon talks about when he was a child, his brother said, I'll teach him. He was around 15 and said, and started talking evolution to him, natural selection. And so he went up to this chapel and said, oh Lord, He did prostrations until he was completely exhausted. Show yourself to me, Lord. Show yourself to me. It's like, prove yourself to me, right? And nothing happened. Nothing happened in this chapel. He did prostrations until he was exhausted. And then he just sat and thought to himself, well, you know, this my brother, he does say this is the most honourable man that's ever walked. And if an honourable man, this Jesus, did these things, then he would worship. Christ just deserves all this bowing that I just did. Nothing's wasted. And the moment he said that in love, Christ, the whole chapel filled with light, and Christ appeared to him. Right? He waited to not make that prove yourself to me like Satan would through power, forcing us to believe, but finding him, having that comment of love. And Christ just waited for that. This little 15-year-old, even a 15-year-old, waited for that moment of saying, you know what, he's done such an admirable thing, he deserves all that prostration I just did, doesn't matter. I'm in life. I'm the way, truth, and life. And some lines along that. I'm the true God, the living God, something like that. You can read about it in Spiritual Awakening, chapter 2 of St. Paisios's Counsels, Spiritual Counsels. And you can see in that how Christ acts. It was the same with me. I saw visual phenomena in the practice before I was actually, I was doing prayers, but I was open for it to be anything. I just wanted the truth at the start. I wasn't seeking Christ directly, but I still would pray for my own safety when I would do these. This is before I was doing direct hesychism, but I was trying to bring it about myself. And this was a kind of wedding at Cana for me. And so in the depth of doing like a 4-hour concentration, I was at my wit's end, in despondency, in the mourning, human mourning. And I just cried out to the Lord, and I said, in the depth of concentration, probably at the 3rd hour, I just said, I don't know the way. I'm a lost and broken sheep, Lord. Show me the way. I don't know the way. So it changed in that moment, me asking him, not trying to do it myself, the same sort of thing, just seeking him. And at that moment was when that out-of-body ecstasy happened. And then after, it was a festival. It was like a snow globe of active imagination. It was there for the rest of the night. And now I experience this when I do certain days of depth prayer. His doxa, his divine bread of heaven, his heavenly bread and his heavenly water felt in the heart, a feast. But it took a long time to begin feeling that. It was only the start of this year to be granted that directly. But I did experience it way back at the start, at the end of that day. And eventually coming to love him, apostles who love him is what he wants. He wants disciples who love him, not people that exploit him for their own ends either. You have to clear yourself of that. Because what is the king? We're talking about the miracles again. What is the king? The king is a foreign impulse. It's a foreign motive, serving the power hierarchy. It's a motive of yours for reasons. He wants you to do things because you love him. And he is divine love, so there's nothing else you should want to do. Because by loving him, he becomes you and you become divine love. And that's the best thing any living being could be, Christ. We have to understand this, is that he's not just the Son of Man. He is the Logos, he is the divinity. And thank God it's divine love that is the divinity. So, because people, I think the pagan mind doesn't get when it sees the divinity going, worship, worship, worship me. Because I'm divine love and you become divine love. So it just makes sense, right? I created you, I love you, but he's not a mere man. He is divine love itself. And you become divine love by doing it. So it's for the good. But he also wants your participation in that, celebrating together. Celebrating together. And so why don't we read today, maybe second we'll read Steiner, and first we'll read Father Seraphim Rose, The Place of Blessed Aquinas in orthodoxy. We'll read today for perhaps an hour. That'll take us up to 3. Then we'll walk down to the riverside again for our final reading of Rudolf Steiner at the end of the day. So here we are. August wrote the Confessions. I'm not going to do the historical thing. I'm just going to jump straight to past even the introduction. The place of Blessed Augustine in the Orthodox Church. By God's providence, in our own times, Orthodox Christianity has been returning to the West, which departed from it some 900 years ago. At first, largely the unconscious work of immigrants from Orthodox lands, this movement has largely been recognized as a great opportunity for inhabitants of the West itself. For some decades, the movement of Western converts to Orthodoxy has been increased, and it has now become quite a common phenomenon. And so he's talking about this 30 years ago. Wait, more. About 40 years ago. This is probably 1980 or something. As Orthodoxy has thus gradually been sinking new roots in the West and becoming once again indigenous to those lands among Western converts, there has been a natural increase of awareness of early are in no way inferior to their Eastern counterparts or the same centuries, and all of whom breathe the air and give off the fragrance of the true Christianity, which was so tragically lost in the later West. The love and veneration of Archbishop John Maximovich, 1966, passed away into the Lord's embrace. For these Western saints has especially served to awaken interest in them. He loved them and venerated them, this Archbishop John. I think he might be a saint now. John of Shanghai. He served to awaken interest in them and facilitate their reabsorption, as it were, into the mainstream of Orthodoxy. With regard to most of the saints of the West, there have been no problems. As their life is so much a part of the West. Indeed, this rediscovery only bodes well for the continued development of a sound, balanced orthodoxy in the West. But with regard to a few Western fathers, there have been some complications. Owing especially to some of the dogmatic disputes in the early Christian centuries, the evaluations of these fathers have differed in East and West. And for Orthodox Christians, it is essential to know their significance in Orthodox eyes rather than in later Roman Catholic eyes. The most eminent of these controversial fathers in the West is, without a doubt, and just listen to what he has to say if you're listening Catholic, just listen to what he has to say. A lot of it you'll agree with if you're not a overt propositional Thomist. Remember that Thomism is only supposed to be an icon, right? I know a lot of Catholics are sort of Sophia-urgist types. I think you'll agree with largely what he's saying about this. Without a doubt, the most eminent of these controversial fathers is, without a doubt, in the West, Augustine, Blessed Augustine, Bishop of Hippo in North Africa, regarded in the West as one of the most important fathers of the Church and as the paramount doctor of grace. He has always been regarded with some reserve in the East. In our own days, especially among Western converts to Orthodoxy, there have arisen two opposite and extreme views of him. One view, influenced by Roman Catholic opinions, sees rather more importance in him as a father of the Church than the Orthodox Church has given him in the past, while the other view has tended to underestimate his Orthodox importance, some even going so far as to call him a heretic. Both of these are Western views, not rooted in Orthodox tradition. He says both of those views that say he's a heretic and more importance, both are wrong. The Orthodox view of him, on the other hand, held consistently down the centuries by the Holy Fathers of the East and in the early centuries of the West as well, goes to neither extreme, but is a balanced appraisal of him with due credit given both to his unquestioned greatness and to his faults. In what follows, we shall give a brief historical summary of the Orthodox evaluation of Blessed Augustine, emphasizing the attitude of various Holy Fathers, historical investigation will also serve to bring out the Orthodox approach to such controversial figures in general. Where Orthodox dogmas are directly attacked, the Orthodox Church and her fathers have always responded quickly and decisively with correct dogmatic definitions and anathematizations of those who believe wrongly. But where the matter is one, even though on dogmatic subjects, one of differing approaches, even the distortions or exaggerations of well-meaning errors, the Church has always had a moderate and conciliating attitude. The Church's attitude towards heretics is one thing. Her attitude towards Holy Fathers who happen to have erred in some point or other is quite another. We shall see this in some details in what follows. There's some nice icons in here. There's Ambrose, John Cassian. I don't know why that is relevant, but I don't know. There's an icon of Augustine, I suppose that's relevant. And then one of front of the book. How are we looking, before we jump on the next chapter, how are we looking there? John Stubble says, Scott, the bird chirping in front of you is saying, I concur, Yeshua is king, is our king, yes. Christ is king, my friend. Oh, it's doing that thing again. Is the audio stuffed? Gosh, I don't know how I'm going to fix it, but let me just chuck the earphones on for a moment to see if it's so bad that we have to reset it or something. Let's have a look. That's okay. It seems to still be like not beyond listening to. Let me know in the comments if it's unlistenable, if it becomes unlistenable, or it starts just like full on breaking up. Did that a little bit earlier. Actually, where'd that other earphone go? I tell you what, friends, you don't get how bad it is when you do a whole stream and it's just full of these friggin' errors. It sucks. Hey, where'd I put that? Okay, there we go. All right. The controversy over grace and sorry. I just want to have some caffeine if I can. We're out of drink though. There's a tap around here. Should have saved a bit. It was dumb. I should have brought my tea as well today. Oh dear. Well, maybe that's enough. Where was that? Should be here. Give me a moment. Moment. There it is. Highly recommended if you want to save some, you want to be a bit less wasteful, more frugal, and you know, coffee really doesn't taste that nice unless it's with milk, and you don't want the extra calories. It's caffeine powder or caffeine tablets instead if you just want a bit of caffeine. The controversy over grace and free will. The most heated of the controversies surrounding Blessed Augustine, both during his lifetime and afterwards, was that of grace and will. Without doubt, Blessed Augustine was led into a distortion of the orthodox doctrine of grace by certain over-logicalness, which he possessed in common with the Latin mentality, to which he belonged by culture, if not by blood. By blood, he was African, and he had something of southern peoples. In the 19th century, Russian Orthodox philosopher Ivan Kireyevsky has well summed up the Orthodox view of this point, which accounts for most of the deficiencies of Blessed Augustine's theology. Open quote, "No single ancient or modern father of the Church showed us such love for the logical chain of truths as Blessed Augustine. Certain of his works are, as it were, a single iron chain of syllogisms, inseparably interlinked." You know how we've previously talked about the chain of deduction. That's similar here. It's what basically syllogism means. Perhaps because of this, he was sometimes carried too far, missing the inward one-sidedness of his thinking because of its outward order. So much so that in the late years of life, the most concise evaluation of Augustine's teachings and its deficiencies is perhaps that of Archbishop Philaret of Chernigov in his textbook Patriology. Open quote, "When the monks of Hadrumetum presented to Augustine that, according to his teaching, the obligation of asceticism and self-mortification was not required of them, Augustine felt the justice of the remark and began more often to repeat that grace does not destroy freedom. But such an expression of his teaching changed essentially nothing in Augustine's theology, and his very last works were not in accord with the feeling of its further consequences." And if you look back to my previous streams, look at the Palm Beach stream, we were reading much of Augustine, much of Thomism, of Thomas Aquinas, and what the condition of their psychology was. What was the being of man at the time that they emerged. The previous book we read of Steiner's was on this subject, incredible, important. And that was essentially the first 30 streams, or first 25 streams were on that book. But anyway, I don't expect everyone to watch every stream necessarily. Thus, as a, hang on a minute. Relying on his own experience of a difficult rebirth by means of grace, he was carried along by a feeling of its further consequences. Thus, as an accuser of Pelagius, Augustine is without doubt a great teacher of the Church, but in defending the truth, he himself was not completely and not always faithful to the truth. Close quote. Later historians have often emphasized the points of disagreement between Blessed Augustine and St. John Cassian, Augustine's contemporary in Gaul, who in his celebrated Institutes and Conferences gave for the first time in Latin the full and authentic Eastern doctrine of monasticism and spiritual life. He was the first in the West to criticize Blessed Augustine's teachings on grace. But try to correct this short-sightedness by showing the supposed influence of Augustine on Cassian. Wow, I've got some savage dry mouth now. We'll keep going. And this observation, although it is exaggerated, points us a little closer to the truth. Probably St. Cassian would not have spoken so eloquently and so in detail on the subject of God's grace if Augustine had not already been teaching his own one-sided doctrine. But the important thing to bear in mind here is that disagreement between Cassian and Augustine was not one between Orthodox father and heretic, as was, for example, the disagreement between Augustine and Pelagius, but rather one between two Orthodox fathers who disagreed only in the details of their presentation of one and the same doctrine. Both St. Cassian and Blessed Augustine were attempting to teach the Orthodox doctrine of grace and free will as against the heresy of Pelagius. But one did so with the full depth of Eastern theological tradition, while the other was led into a certain distortion of the same, teaching owing to his overly logical approach to it. Everyone knows that Blessed Augustine was the most outspoken opponent in the West of the heresy of Pelagius, which denied the necessity of God's grace for salvation. But few seem to be aware that St. Cassian, whose teaching was given by modern Roman Catholic scholars the most unjust name of semi-Pelagianism, was himself a no less fierce enemy of Pelagius and his teaching. In his Council of Ephesus in 431, and vehemently castigates them together, accusing Nestorius of breaking out into such wicked and blasphemous impieties that you seem in this madness of yours to surpass even Pelagius himself, who surpassed almost everyone else in impiety against Nestorius. In this book, also, St. Cassius quotes at length the document of the Pelagian presbyter Leporius of Hippo, wherein the later publicly recants his heresy. This document, which St. Cassian states contains the confessions of faith of all Catholics, as against the Pelagian heresy, was approved by the bishops of Africa, including Augustine, and was probably written by Augustine himself, who was personally responsible for the conversion of Leporius. In another passage of the same book, St. Cassian quotes Blessed Augustine as one of his chief patristic authorities on the doctrine of the incarnation, but with a qualification that will be mentioned below. Clearly, in defense of orthodoxy, and in particular against the Pelagian heresy, Cassian and Augustine were on the same side. It was only in the details of their defense that they differed. The fundamental error of Augustine was his own overstatement of the place of agree with exactly what he's saying there. Even some Catholics now would probably agree with that. He was forced to this exaggeration, as Archbishop Filaret has well said, by his own experience of conversion, joined to the over-logicalness of his Latin mind, which caused him to attempt to define this question too precisely. I think what that comes from, it comes from Roman pagan legalism. So it's really not about the Roman Catholic religion, it's about the Roman language and what carries over from paganism that has to be watched for, which the whole West has to watch for, because all of Europe is grounded in Roman statism. Never, however, did Augustine deny, and English has plenty of Latinate root words, never, however, did Augustine deny free will. Indeed, when questioned, he would always defend it and censure those who are, open quote, are extolling grace to such an extent that they deny the freedom of the human will. And what is more serious, assert that on the day of judgment, God will not render to every man according to his deeds. Butcherbird. Letter 214 to Abbot Valentius of Hadramentum. In some of his writings, his defense of free will is no less strong. Hear that beautiful butcherbird. And then that of St. Cassian. In some of his writings, his defense of free will is no less strong than that of St. Cassian in his commentary of Psalm 102, for example, open quote, who healeth all thy diseases, close quote. Augustine writes, open quote, he who heal you, but you must wish to be healed. He heals entirely whoever is infirm, but not him who refuses healing. Close quote. The very fact that Augustine himself was a monastic father of the West, founded his own monastic communities for both men and women, and wrote individual unthinkable without free will. In general, therefore, and especially whenever he must give practical advice to Christian strugglers, Augustine does indeed teach the orthodox doctrine of grace and free will, as well as he can within the limitations of his theological viewpoint. But in his formal treatise, especially the anti-Pelagian treatise, which took up the last years of his life, when he enters upon a logical discussion of the whole question of grace and free will, he is often drawn away into an exaggerated defense of grace which seems to leave little actual place for human freedom. Let us here contrast several aspects of his teaching with the fully orthodox teaching of St. John Cassian. In his treatise On Rebuke and Grace, written in 426 or 427 for the monks of Hadramentum, Blessed Augustine writes, open quote, will you dare to say that even when Christ prayed that Peter's faith might not fail, it would still have failed if Peter had willed it to fail? As if Peter could in any measure will otherwise than Christ had wished for him that he might will. There is an obvious exaggeration here. One feels, close quote, there is an obvious exaggeration here. One feels that there is something missing from Augustine's description of the reality of grace and free will. St. John Cassian, in his words on the other chief of the apostles, St. Paul, supplies this missing dimension for us. He says, open quote, and his grace in me was not in vain, but I labored more abundantly than they all, and yet not I, but the grace of God with me. When he says, I labored, he shows, the effort of his own will. When he says, yet not I, but the grace of God, he points integrates with him when he is not idle or careless, but working and making an effort. Close quote. Cassian's position is balanced, giving proper effort, and you know how we often talk about this? Effort and grace. Cassian's position is balanced, giving proper emphasis to both grace and freedom. Augustine's position is one-sided and incomplete, unnecessarily overemphasizing grace and thus laying his words open to exploitation by later thinkers who did not think in orthodox terms at all and could thus conceive, as in the 17th century, Jansenism, of an irresistible grace which man must accept whether he will or not. Yeah, no, that's not. But there are some figures before Christ's passion, before the passion, that I'm not sure about. But now things are as they are. Yeah, it's not. It's the last thing he wants is. The Latin theologians were to call prevenient grace, the grace that prevents or comes before and inspires the arousal of faith in a man. Augustine admits that he himself thought wrongly on this subject before his ordination as bishop. Open quote, I was in a similar error, thinking that the faith whereby we believe on God is not God's gift, but that it is in us from ourselves, and that by it we obtain the gifts of God. whereby we may live temperately and righteously and piously in that world. For I did not think that faith was preceded by God's grace, but that we should consent when the gospel was preached to us, I thought. But that we should consent when the gospel was preached to us, I thought, was our own doing and came to us from ourselves. Open parentheses, on the predestinations of saints, close parentheses. This youthful error of Augustine is indeed Pelagian and is the result of an over-logicalness in the defense of free will, making it something autonomous rather than something that cooperates with God's grace. But he incorrectly ascribes it to St. Cassian, who was also wrongly accused in the West of teaching that God's grace is given in accordance with human merit. I used to say cooperate more, but I say participation now. Anyway, who cares? Let's just go on what I say for the moment. And Augustine himself then fell into the opposite exaggeration of ascribing everything in the awakening of faith to divine grace. The true teaching of St. Cassian, on the other hand, which is the teaching of the Orthodox Church, was something of a mystification to the Latin mind. We may see he could be overestimating that by saying it's everyone. There's got to be some people. I mean, no, the depth aspect of the Latin aspect of the church. I'm just offering a possibility there, okay? Because when you say Latin mind, that's a lot of people. But we do know there's that tendency in the pagan Roman impulses, in the legalism, and the metaphysics, that, as Heidegger says, the great philosopher, about Latin as a language, it's highly been satanized or crystallized as technical, metaphysical, was all in that language, so in Latin. They're pre-disclosed. It's pre-disclosed and sort of dead in a way. We may see that this in a follower of Blessed Augustine in Gaul, Prosper of Aquitaine, who was the first to attack St. Cassian directly. It was to Prosper, uppercase P, together with a certain Hilary, not St. Hilary of Arles, who was in agreement with St. Cassian, that Augustine sent his final two anti-Pelagian treatises. Dean criticized the ideas of St. Cassian as they had been presented to him in a summary made by Prosper. After Augustine's death in 430, Prosper stepped forward as the champion of his teaching in Gaul, and his first major act was to write a treatise against the author of the Conferences, also known as On the Grace of God and Free Will. This treatise is nothing but a step-by-step refutation of St. Cassian's famous 13th Conference, where the question of grace is treated in most detail. From the very first lines, it is clear that Prosper is deeply offended when his teacher has been openly criticized in Gaul. There are some bold enough to assert that the grace of God, by which we are Christians, was not correctly defended by Bishop Augustine of holy memory. Open quote, that was all open quote from Prosper. Nor do they cease to attack with unbridled calumnies his books composed against the Pelagian heresy. But most of all, Prosper is exasperated at what he finds to be a baffling contradiction in Cassian's teaching. And this perplexity of his, since he is a faithful disciple of Augustine, reveals to us the nature of Augustine's error. Prosper finds that in one part of his 13th Conference, Cassian teaches correctly about grace, and in particular about prevenient grace, i.e. just like Blessed Augustine, open quote, this doctrine was not at the outset commendation had it not, in its dangerous and pernicious progress, deviated from its initial correctness. For, after the comparison of the farmer, to whom he likened the example of one living under grace and faith, and whose work, he said, was fruitless unless he were aided in all things by the divine succour, he introduced the very Catholic proposition, saying, his quote, from which, his open quote, from which it is clearly deduced that the beginning, not only of our acts, but also of our good thoughts, is from God. He it is who inspires in us the beginnings of a holy will, gives us the power and capacity to carry out those things which we rightly desire. His close quote. We're still within his quote though. Again, later on, when he had taught that all zeal for virtue required the grace of God, he aptly added his open quote, just as all these things cannot continually be desired by us without divine inspiration, likewise without his help, they can in no way be brought to completion. Close. Difficult reading a book, but we're back now to Seraphim Rose. That was Prosper, a quote of Prosper, and within the quote, when I said his quote, that's Prosper quoting St. Cassian, I think. But then, after these, this is back to St. Seraphim, Father Seraphim Rose, but after these, and similar quotations which do indeed reveal St. Cassian as a teacher of universality of grace, no less eloquent than Blessed Augustine. Open parentheses, this is why some think he was influenced by Augustine. Prosper continues, at this point, by a sort of inscrutable contradiction, Prosper continues, open quote, at this point, by a sort of inscrutable contradiction, there is introduced a proposition in which it is taught that many come to grace without grace, and that some also, from the endowments of free will, have this desire to seek, to ask, and to knock. Close quote. That is, he accuses St. Cassian of the same error which Blessed Augustine admits that he himself had made in his earlier years. Open quote again. O Catholic teacher, why do you forsake your profession? Why do you turn to the cloudy darkness of falsity and depart from the light of the clearest truth? On your part, there is complete agreement with neither the heretics nor the Catholics. Constantly believe that the beginnings of good thoughts spring from God. You have found some indescribable third alternative, unacceptable to both sides, by which you neither find agreement with the enemies nor retain an understanding with us. Close quote. Well, hang on, isn't it? Well, he doesn't close quote here, but he should. That must be a mistake. Because it's back to Father Seraphim Rose here. It is precisely this indescribable third alternative that is the orthodox doctrine of grace and free will, later to be known by the name synergism, the cooperation of divine grace and human freedom, neither one acting independently or autonomously. And that is essentially our view. And I think you'll find that most Catholics that followed Valentin Tomba, or Sophia-Urgis, or less Thomistic perhaps. I think Catholicism's probably backed away from that since it's more passive active, right? It's not just a matter of grace, but it's also, but that's certainly our view, is the same. bring it about yourself, as we always talk about. You have to, that's leaning into Protestant, that sort of Western will to power. You got to be careful with that, as I've said many times. The cooperation of divine grace and human freedom, neither one acting independently or autonomously. Remember, God wants your participation, but at the same time, He wants to have a living, loving relationship with you, not to be exploited for your will to power ends in your decision to become close to Him. That's the thing we need to be so careful of. Not using Him. Like, He wants disciples who love Him, not ones that are going to want the faculties to bring about the things that haven't been purified from their will yet, which our will is full of. Avarice, all our fears and worldly desires have to be purified in this process. Let's check in the old chats again, see if everything's still working. Interesting though, it's good. John Stubble says, His loving kindness and amazing grace are so generous. We are Amen. Thanks for the pictures, he says. That's fine. I don't know how helpful they are, but thought I might as well show what the book has on it. Now there's some other names that have been mentioned here. I suppose I could show. Here's Seraphim Rose doing one of his thing. He's outside liturgy, I think. Yes, divine liturgy at an outdoor chapel he named Lindisfarne in honor of Western Orthodox monastery in Ireland. Interesting. Seems he has a love of orthodoxy in the West still. He is Western. So anyway, it probably will be sainted eventually. People have taken to calling him saint now. I don't know whether you should do that. He probably, I mean, he is, I think. He is. I mean, you know, someone's a saint before it's declared. I think he is, but that doesn't mean we should go around saying it until they've actually declared it. You know, people drawing it on icons, that's probably doing it a bit early, you know, if the church hasn't said that they haven't. Anyway, whatever, I'm not gonna, I'll let the people that are more in the hierarchy talk about that than me. Who most would probably say, oh, heretic. He's reading Steiner, heretic. Expresses sometimes the one side, the human freedom, and sometimes the other, divine grace. Two, Prosper's overly logical mind. This is inscrutable contradiction. St. Cassian teaches, what is it that is said to us, unless in all these scriptural quotations there is a declaration both of the grace of God and the freedom of our will, because even of his own activity a man can be led in the quest of virtue, but always stands in need of the help of the Lord. Which depends on which is a considerable problem. Which depends on which, he should have a Seraphim, Father Seraphim should have a comma there. Which depends on which is a considerable problem, namely whether God is merciful to us. Depends on which is a considerable problem, namely whether God is merciful to us because we have presented the beginning of a good will, or we receive the beginning of a good will because God is merciful. Many believing these individually, and affirming more than is right are caught in many and opposite errors. And caught in many and opposite errors. Open quote again. This is quoting Prosper, I think, again and again. For these two, that is, both grace and free will, seem indeed to be contrary to each other, but both are in harmony. And we conclude that, because of piety, we should accept both, lest taking one of these away from man, we appear to violate the Church's rule of faith. Close quote. Seraphim rose again. What is profound and serene? What a profound and serene answer to a question which Western theologians, not only Blessed Augustine, have never been able to answer adequately. Okay, sorry, that wasn't Prosper, that was all St. Cassian, I think, yes. To Christian experience, and in particular to the monastic experience from which St. Cassian speaks, there is no contradiction at all in the cooperation of freedom and grace. It is only human logic that finds the contradiction when it tries to understand this question much too abstractly and divorced from life. The very way in which Blessed Augustine is opposed to St. Cassian expresses the difficulty of this question. It is a revelation of the difference in the depth of their answers. Close quote. Hereby indicating that for him it is a puzzling intellectual question, whereas for St. Cassian it is a profound mystery whose truth is known in experience, or in, readers aside, or in empirical theology as a fact of experience, in your relation directly to Christ, as the hesychasts have. At the end of his 13th conference, St. Cassian indicates that in his doctrine he follows, open quote, all the Catholic fathers who have taught perfection of heart, not by empty disputes of words, but in deed and act, close quote, open parentheses. Such references, back to Father Seraphim Rose, such references to empty disputes are the closest he allows himself to come to actual criticism of the eminent Bishop of Hippo. And he concludes this whole conference on the synergy of grace and freedom with these words, open quote, if any more subtle inference of man's forward to the destruction of the faith. For how God works in all things in us, and yet everything can be ascribed to free will, cannot be fully grasped by the mind and reason of man, the intellect, as we often talk about. But it can be known in gnosis, it can be known in mysticism, readers aside. Chapter 3, the doctrine of predestination. We may begin next week. It is 3 p.m. That is the completion of chapter 2 and 1. We'll be reading this to finish. It'll probably take about 3 weeks. There are let's see how long this is. If it's not too long. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll read one more. It's all still working right, friends? Remember, let me know if it starts failing. I better check it for safety. I see you there, John Stubble. Let me just make sure this is still working. Okay, that sounds good. Sounds good enough anyway. It's coming through. Okay, shut that off. The doctrine of predestination. The most serious of the exaggerations into which Blessed Augustine fell in his teaching on grace is to be found in his idea of predestination. This is the idea for which he is most often attacked, and it is the one idea in his works which, when most grossly misunderstood, has produced the most frightful consequences in unbalanced minds, no longer restrained by the orthodoxy of his thought in general. It should be kept in mind, however, that for most people today, the word predestination is usually understood in its later Calvinistic meaning. See below. And those who have not studied the question are sometimes inclined to accuse Augustine himself of the same monstrous heresy. It must be stated at the outset of this discussion then that doctrine of predestination in an exaggerated way, which was easily liable in his misinterpretation. May I add here that St. Paisios talks of predestination. He says, God foreknows. He foreknows, he doesn't predestine. So you can see a more balanced view in that quote. The source of that quote is Spiritual Counsels, St. Paisios. The orthodox concept of predestination is found in the teaching of St. Paul. Open quote. St. Paul, for whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, and whom he predestined, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. Romans 8:29-30. There's something special about Paul, isn't there? True initiate, true. As soon as you start, speak Paul's words out of your own mouth, and you just go, whoa. Christ agrees, well, maybe Christ agrees. I don't know if that's Christ in the birds, but I'll check later. Maybe it is. Here, St. Paul speaks of those foreknown and foreordained. You could also say that's predestined by God for eternal glory. It being understood in the whole context of Christian teaching that this predestination involves also the free choice of the one being saved. Here, again, we see the mystery of synergy, the cooperation of God and man. And if you think about the esotericists, that everyone eventually, if you have to come back here until you complete theosis, I'm not saying then everyone is anyway. It's just a matter of when. Anyway. St. John Chrysostom, the golden-mouthed, writes in his commentary on this passage, Homily 15 on the Romans, open quote, the apostle here speaks of foreknowledge in order that not everything should be ascribed to the calling. For if the calling alone were sufficient, then why have not all been saved? Therefore, he says, and that's kind of what I was getting at there, right, is that, well, we're all going to be there in the end. Therefore, he says that salvation of the called is accomplished not by the calling alone, but also by foreknowledge. And the calling itself is not in a way, a bit indirectly. And Bishop, close quote, and Bishop Theophan, oh, incredible. These are such incredible quotes from such incredible people. Theophan the Recluse, as we've read text from him before, incredible. Theophan the Recluse, Saint Theophan the Recluse, which I think he was sainted after Seraphim Rose died. Saint Theophan the Recluse explains further, open quote, concerning free creatures, God's predestination does not obstruct their freedom and does not make them involuntary executors of his decrees. Free actions God foresees as free, He sees the whole course of a free person and the general sum of all his actions. And seeing this, he decrees as if it had already been accomplished. Wow, let me just read that again. Concerning free creatures, says Theophan the Recluse, God's predestination does not obstruct their freedom and does not make them involuntary executors of his decrees. Free actions God foresees as free. He sees the whole course of a free person and the general sum of all his actions. And seeing this, he decrees as if it had already been accomplished. It is not that the actions of free persons are the consequence of predestination, but that the And if you understand that God is contemporaneous with all time, that's how he foreknows. He's always contemporaneous with all time, but it's not in the way we imagine it, like a timeline. He's not. Yeah, the way we would imagine he's contemporaneous with all different times, because that's what eternal would mean, right? He's saying, well, hang on, get it around the right way, and how the now operates. It's difficult when you're dealing with time, because we're temporal creatures, and so it depends how you consider contemporaneous. But this will satisfy a lot of people, that and satisfies me too. But I think the error of when you're thinking he's contemporaneous is thinking about it if he's dealing with the old timelines now, or it's really difficult, because when you start trying to abstract time outside yourself, thinking about a timeline and trying to abstract outside your own current happening of being that is you, with you, this is false. This trying to get outside of here and be the eternal and view previous timeline, first timeline, because you can just kind of do that as a fake mind experiment, can't you? Where, I'm dealing with the past and then dealing with the future, and then I'm seeing them all at the same time, but that won't be how it is. Anyway, this is pretty satisfying. So, however, Augustine's over logicalness required him to try to look too closely into this mystery and explain its seeming difficulties from ordinary logic, which is this kind of you don't ever get out there. You actually needed the deeper gnosis, which is granted by God in hesychastic prayer. And deduce its seeming difficulties for ordinary logic. And there are deeper levels than ordinary knowing, as we often talk about. More important, more potentiality, more divine levels of knowing than ordinary deducing. If one is in the number of the predestined, does he need to struggle for his salvation? If he is not in their number, can he give up struggling altogether? We need not follow him in his reasoning, except to note that he himself felt the difficulty of his position and found it often necessary to justify himself and qualify his teaching so that it would not be misunderstood. In his treatise on the gift of perseverance, indeed, he notes, and yet this doctrine must not be preached to the congregations in such a way as to seem to an unskilled multitude or a people of slower understanding to be in some measure confuted by that very preaching of it. Close quote. Surely a remarkable admission of the complexity of the basic Christian doctrine.
Sorry about that. I don't know when it's switched off. This keeps the camera charged. What's going on? It should keep the camera charged. Why wouldn't it? Sorry, everyone. Are we back? Looks like we're back. Ooh. Alright, we're back. So how long is this gonna... Well, we'll see if it stays on. I don't know. The moment it comes out though, the battery's dead, so we'll try, see how we go. We'll just go for a walk. I've got to be careful of that battery. Any luck, that'll stay charged. Alright, we're back. Let's just continue our walk. We had to get the camera to... It's just a never-ending issue. I had to get it to a decent level of charge before it would stay at its level. It should stay at this level now. Let me turn that on, see it's coming through. Sounds like it's working. We're going to walk down to Roseville Park. Out of this, this is all Callan Park here. We were sitting over there when we were reading Seraphim Rose's book on Augustine. And now we walk down to the foreshore. And where did we leave off? We left off at how do they go, the I am statements? I am the true vine. I am the way, truth, and life. Related to the second miracle, the third miracle. I am the door. I am the door. We skipped one miracle after the nobleman's son. We skipped after the nobleman's son. We skipped the healing of the lame man. I am the door. Connected to, is it the sacrament of communion? I can't remember. Forgive us our sins, I am the door. It's related to the fifth day of creation and the sacrament of the forgiveness of sins and penance. He says to him, will you be made whole? What's happened in this case is the disconnection from the world. He can't walk. And I think the fifth day of creation is about ensouled movement. So he's missing his contact with conscience and the world. He's egoistic. He's disconnected from both, and he denies conscience. He doesn't listen to the transcendent self and the Angeloi who try to communicate with him through his transcendent self. Doesn't listen. And so that's why he can't walk. Will you be made whole? And sin no more. It's his sin that's caused it. Now what does he say? I am the door. So if you stop sinning, you'll be healed of your contact with conscience, the divine, and reintegrated into the cosmic impulses of the world and the world itself. Through your forgiveness of others and his forgiveness of you. And through that, it begins with your inner soul healing, but then later it goes out into the world. Naturally, as St. Paisios says, even in unseen ways, our people stop fighting with you when you, on your side, spiritually have forgiven them. Not always, but he does say that. There's no one on the other side. It doesn't even need contact necessarily for that to happen. The fuel on one side is gone. And so, where do we see this
And what's missing? This one has the 5 arches over the pool, which connects with the 5 dark currents of the will. You can't walk because of your sin. Your will is corrupted. And Christ heals that through forgiveness. So in the previous 2 miracles, we've dealt with hereditary sins to re-establish the new ground of the I of you as the individual, which is nested in Christ ultimately, but you have no contact with it before you love him. He provides the forces of that I. Which in pagan times, the Gibor, which is this monstrous creature, we call it a hero, a will to power hero. The juvenile dragon slayer has to be overcome. Ruled, or the king, the spirit of the pagan king. Here, the king's men, like we said, were overcome with, they had no I. And Christ incarnated so he could be the initiate master of, smells like sausages and barbecue, master of all as the initiator. Master of all as the initiator. Is this still working? Let's check that. Okay, it's holding its charge for now. Good. 3%. But it will stay charged based on its battery, so it should last the rest of the stream. We just needed to get it up enough so it wouldn't turn off. And so he says, rise and take up your pallet. There's 2 things here. Your pallet is on the horizontal. You lie down on it, don't you? And so the horizontal is healed, but you also rise to reconnect yourself with, to move around on the horizontal and reconnect with conscience. So you stop sinning and then ask for forgiveness, and Christ re-establish contact with, well, as you're purified, the 2 other miracles have already happened, will re-establish contact with the divine, communion. And so that's what that miracle is about. Now, earlier in the stream, we've already talked about what Christ is King really means. And we, in our reading of Blessed Augustine, or the place of Blessed Augustine in Orthodoxy from Seraphim Rose, Father Seraphim Rose, we've got a sense of the error concerning that. It's treating God, or at least the heretics who later came after Augustine, treating God, again, like a mortal king. But we're seeing in this miracle there's a fundamental difference with Christ, that our will does matter. Our will does matter. There aren't a group that are destined to be saved and those that aren't. It's the purpose of all to achieve theosis. And if you freely decide in your will that you want that, little by little you begin praying, you'll begin granting little by little. Because the whole point, as we often talk about, is coming back to him freely in love. His whole point as a God of love. If it's the Calvin version, then it's a tyrant. Doesn't make sense. It's not Christ of the gospel. And, you know, that reading actually justifies why that is. And so we move on to the next miracle. And so fundamentally everything we've been talking about today is really centered around that issue. We haven't strictly been talking about predestination, but we're talking about what it is for Christ to be king. How is he to be your king? Yes, the forces originally come from him. But in the empirical theology of direct interaction with Christ, it's clear that he wants our participation. We have a certain amount of free granted forces. It's effort and grace. And as even Seraphim Rose was saying there, Father Seraphim Rose, the issue with Augustine was leaning, or the critics of Augustine, or the people who liked him, pushed too far in either direction in criticizing or calling him a heretic, or simply not signaling out what was wrong, or taking it too far. And so it's a key issue to get right, and partly that can be understood in your relationship with Christ through hesychastic prayer. It can be unfolded to you by him. Because if you become too inactive, he will tell you in word. For me, I began to pray more for in mode of ennoblement, or everyone has a mode of, he's an artist, a monk, and a worker at the same time. When you do poiesis, it's a mix, or what the prophets write in the Bible, it's a mix of divine blood, of the angeloi, and human blood. So you have to participate. So when I was asking for inspiration, I said, Lord, inspire me with the words to write this. And what I got back from him, I wasn't looking for words, I was asking for help. And I got back what was said, and I confirmed this to the epistemic principle with conscience, and asking over several times, and receiving what we receive, which is compared to the experience of the saints when they describe these things. And it was when I asked that question for inspiration, with your participation, or in the words that Seraphim Rose was using, Father Seraphim Rose, with your cooperation. You have to contribute something. In other words, free will, effort and grace. Free will and grace. You can't lean too far. I think Pelagianism is leaning too far into free will. Is that, I believe that's, I'm not going to, isn't my area, the different heresies, but is it about that works, like you can do works to bring something about, which is not the case, right? It's, as we often talk about, it's there are required moral actions that Christ has of you, but the actions themselves don't bring it about. The work doesn't bring it about. This is nice. This is all new. How's the battery doing on this? Ooh, it's down to 2%. Fuck. Come on, you damn thing. Damn, dude. Well, I don't know. We'll see if this thing cuts out, hey? See how long we got it for. And there's the power station in the distance we said we'd end up at. White Bay Power Station, that's called. Damn, dude. It should be getting enough power to keep it powered. Can't believe it. How much power does this damn thing chew? Okay, and then we're over to the feeding of the 5,000. I am the bread of life. I am the bread of life. And you can see that's about the forces of the body. The ravaged forces of the body. And as we talked about earlier, and that would be is that the fifth or the fourth? Give us this day our daily bread. I am the bread of life. The fourth miracle, the fourth day of creation it's connected to. Christ is the sun, like I said. Apostles are the moon. The people that take the bread are stars. And there's the sun, lowering on the horizon. Battery we got here. Still 2%. And the disciples are, the multitude are stars. The multitude are stars. That's a pretty cool view. I think we'll sit here and do our reading. See how much we get through of it. And we've got the city in the background there. Oh, okay. Lovely. This is all new. I don't know how long it took for them to complete, but if you look on the satellite for this area, on the satellite image, not the image that is. If you look at the satellite of this area, as the twilight comes, sunset's pretty early. Winter, so you know. It'll be a good one. For as long as it lasts, anyway. Nice. Got a nice background there. You got me there, don't you? Cool. What's the oval? But it's still charging at the same time, so you might not get disconnected from it, so it might be okay. And so we didn't get to the other miracle in our talk today, as we move up to 5. But we got to the key element, which was talking about this. All these miracles, these 7 I am statements are all connected with spiritual faculties of man. And anyone who develops anything outside Christ is specializing towards a Tower of Babel that can only get so far in each one of those, which actually the I am statements cover. In esotericism, they're called lotuses, but they're about the intellect, but also I can't go through them all today. I have on my lecture on the miracles, I went through them all and how they're connected to each I am statement. But Christ is all those things as the perfect man. Some of them are connected to the heart. The miracles heal each of them. There are 7. The Lazarus miracle. Now, what is Lazarus when he's dead? Lazarus carries the 6 infirmities of the previous miracles. He doesn't have soul and spirit, so that's the first 2. Way, truth, and life. The first 2, he's not connected to the future. They're gone, right? Because it's just
It's also just a corpse. So that's the bread of life one, infirmity, about the body. That's 3 done. Spirit, soul, body are removed. The body is just a corpse. And what else is there? He's deaf, blind, and he can't walk. Can he? That's 6 problems, 6 infirmities are all in a dead man that is Lazarus. And those infirmities are all, like I said, they're tied up with each different miracle. If you go to the lame man, that's the walking. The blind man is another one. And so it's all connected. But the key thing we got out of the way was kingship, freedom, which the reading on Augustine helped bring in to view, to fill out the sketch of what we were talking about. We're about to start our reading. I bet you this reading in some way that I'm not aware of, it helps bring it even more into view. If hopefully this lasts though, and I'll just check the chats and see it's all working. Loving the additions today, Brother John, Clemency, Marshall. That's great to see you guys talking to each other in the chat. We'd love to see it. Join the fellowship. There's a free option, my dear friends. Go to scottmanning.com/fellowship. Email me as it directs you, and just let me know. If you can't afford it, that's fine. I'll send you a free account. But you just have to go through that process. Email me, go to scottmanning.com/fellowship. And you can talk to each other also in the Discord. There are members there. We have a monthly meeting, conclave. We go on pilgrimages. There's a future pilgrimage that's going to be in Scotland to the Holy Island in the Hebrides and to the tomb of Saint Sophrony of Essex, the great hesychast. John Stobber says, such a divine imagery. God is the sun, the apostles the moon, and us believers are the stars. We reflect the radiant light. His holy is his name. Absolutely. John. That's right, when we receive communion. And it's our choice whether we make the decision. Do you just simply want to be made to feel better in communion? As so many do. There's this danger in modernity as we peel away from materialism and scientism. They might return to a kind of Christianity. And what people seek most of all is a comfort because they recognize that they've been extremely damaged and the soul's been damaged. It's rotten because of what it's been filled with, the fake content that's not ultimately the truth that it's been filled with. And the danger is that it merely wants to be comforted as it moves towards death. And you see this a lot. But what does Christ require? We also suffer to actually be granted divine things. You have to go into the desert. And so they receive the theological content and they replace the dead propositions of science with dead propositions of Christianity instead of using, either it's a bad sect, or instead of using theology, icons, the prayer, the direction of the saints as icons. As we know, icons open up. Idols close down to a propositional structure that fulfills everything logically only. It should open up to deeper levels of knowing that are much higher than logical deduction, logical superstructures, conceptual systems, which are dead. They don't have divine substance with them. And so, is this still working? Still got 2%, lovely. There's that danger. And we're not pandering to people. There's practices to be done. Get active. Don't just watch the stream. Go to the lectures. They're divided into categories on my Substack. They're divided into categories on the Discord. And there's a beginners section on the Discord. Go to scottmanning.com/fellowship. There's a free option there. And there's a beginners section in there that directs you in steps what to do, what lectures to watch, and what practices to do, and the correct preparation and frame of mind to do them. Let's get active in prayer and worship life to be ready in preparation to receive grace, because it's effort and grace. But we must do our part to go into the desert It's all about going into the desert in this day where we're attacked by provokings of demons and egregores. Online, in communication systems, in our motives. So, highly recommend it. You guys also participate there. And we can have a proper relationship as well, because that's what we do. I talk directly to people and I'm happy to help guide people. But you've got to reach out, make the move to join the Discord and to join the fellowship. Like I said, there's a free option. Let's read this. The sensing, and this is Steiner's guidelines. We're almost done, friends. We're only a few more weeks to go. The sensing and thinking organization of humanity in relation to the world. When man observes his own humanity using imaginative cognition, he initially eliminates his sensing system from this vision. For his self-observation, he becomes a being without this system. He doesn't cease to have images before his mind, which were previously conveyed by the sense organs, but he does cease to feel connected to the physical world through these organs. This direct observation is a proof that man, beyond sense perception, is also connected to the natural world in another way not dependent upon the senses. And isn't that what we're trying? Well, it has to come through grace, but we have to do our part, and that's what we do, right? But that's what we're seeking. Beneath the surface sense, surface concepts, the dead proposition, the dead world concept that makes this all present as dead and disconnects us from communion with God. Readers aside, it is a connection with the spirit which is incorporated in the natural outer world. In this kind of vision, the physical world falls away. Can I just add here that any type of visual imagination or anything should always come after purification, which is concentration without effort in prayer, where the Lord washes your feet and purifies your unconscious. Anything before that is a risk. And Steiner, when he's talking about it, he's gone through long purification. As the same is of contemplatives in the Philokalia, they do talk about imaginative things. The uncreated light is seen visually. This is long purification first, so yeah, just be wary that we always consider these things as secondary. Spiritual touch, the opening of the heart, is primary. You will see things, but you have to go through and keep the epistemic principle in mind to stay safe in this process, careful and courageous at the same time. Back to the reader's aside. In this kind of vision, the physical world falls away from the viewer. It is the earthly which falls away. Man feels the earth as no longer a part of him. One could assume that self-consciousness is thus obliterated, something which seems to follow from the previous considerations. That self-consciousness is a result of man's connection to the earth. But that is not the case. What he acquired through earthly means remains with him, even when he divests himself of it after acquiring it. That makes sense. Through active conscious cognition, which means you're fully active, you're not in this mediumistic state. When you're in communion with God, in hesychistic prayer, and when you're in union, there are lower levels of union that develop. One is in union of grace in the breath. You're fully conscious. You're going to, you are awakening and going to sleep at the same time is a way of thinking about it. In terms of, whilst everyone else goes to sleep, they're sleeping while things are experienced, and you get a little taste of it with dreams, but they are very corrupted. But in this way, you're fully awake because in dreams you do go out into the world beneath the surface senses. It's true, but it's all unconscious to you. So here, you do also that you're being purified as that happens and carefully guided by Christ. So anyway, this spiritual imaginative vision reveals that man has not actually bound himself to the sensing system intensively. It is not he who lives in the sensing system, but the environment which has built itself with its essence into the sense organization in man. That's a really interesting re-evaluation of how it is. Let's read it again. This spiritual imaginative vision reveals to man that man has not actually bound himself to the sensing system intensively. It is not he who lives in the sensing system, but the environment which has built itself with its essence into the sense organization of man. You don't live in the world, it's living through your sense organization. That you have a more essential being than the surface content that comes into the senses, that penetrates into your inner life through these wounds that are the surface sense. There's more to you than that, readers aside. And the imaginatively seeing person therefore also considers the sensing organization as a part of the outer world. A part of the outer world which, however, is closer to him than the natural environment, but is nevertheless the outer world. It differs from the ordinary outer world only in that man can only immerse himself in the latter through knowledge obtained by sense observation. It differs from the sense perception itself only through knowledge obtained. To get a clearer sense of this, you could read his Philosophy of Freedom, where he unpacks the metaphysics of what is surface sense, what is of the depth life, how man relates to that, what these things are truly. And I think it's a pretty strong metaphysics and does overcome the Kantian problems of the limitations of surface knowledge. Back to the reader. He does, however, immerse himself in this world. The sense organization is outer world, but man reaches into this outer world with his spirit, soul, essence, which he brings with him from the spirit world when he enters into earthly existence. We know Steiner's view on reincarnation in that. And his belief is what we're talking about, similar to Steiner's. It's you're coming back until you have done what Christ wants you to do, or more until theosis, right? Until you're coming back again and again. Until you, well, it's probably voluntary if you do return. I don't know exactly how it works on that other side of things, but anyway, next. Except for the fact that the human being fills his senses. Is still working. Ooh, 1%, not much longer, friends. Let's see, 426. I'm not sure if I might finish it. Except for the fact that the human being fills his sensing organization with his spirit, soul, essence, this organization is part of the outer world. Just as the plant world which surrounds him is. The eye, after all, belongs to the world, not to the person. Just as the rose, which he perceives, belongs to the world and not to him. In the age of cosmic evolution, which man has just passed through, thinkers appeared who said that colours, tones, and sensations of warmth are not in the world but in people. The colour red, they say, is not outside the environment, but it is only the effect on man of something unknown. The thing in itself, readers aside, that last bit, the thing in itself, right? They're just qualities. But the truth is just the opposite of this opinion. There's not colour in the eye which belong to the human being, but the eye, along with colour, which belongs to the world. During his earth life, man does not let earthly surroundings stream into him. Rather, he grows outward into this outer world between birth and death. And so our goal is to grow into Christ. Did you hear a bird go then? I'm not saying it's either or, but grow into Christ. Grow into Christ. To not have surface sense content and grow into the things of the will of the world, but to desire love of Him, who is essential, who is underneath, you could say, master of it all, but ultimately essential. Only later can you be shown that He is the Lord of all of it, through the multiplicity, through the comprehensive vision. As the healing of the blind man describes, the healing of the blind man talks of, what does the blind man say? The spittle the Logos and the earth, the pool of scent, all that is scent of being. Scent is the word it means in Hebrew. And remember, the Logos is the firmament, above and below the firmament. He is the firmament, master of the multiplicity below, and he can reveal himself in the happenings, in showing with internal experience and spiritual experience, matching up with coincidence of birds, and then affirmed later through the epistemic principle. You ask again and send the feelings of conscience and get aligned with what the saints say, and you see that he is. That's what the comprehensive vision is. Also, the blind man says, Christ says, you have both seen him and it's him that talks to you. How is this other way that he's been seen? Isn't that what we're talking about? Active imagination. It's this light from above the firmament, right? Above the firmament. The things that happen below are revealed in the light of above the firmament, which the transcend itself is developed into that world, not into the surface world, like Steiner's saying. You've grown like a tree through Christ's help towards him, and therefore you can receive through these faculties that Christ awakens in you, wings, you could say, these things, visual things. The heart, as a fact of experience, is a concrete thing. In the blood, a concrete. Remember, Christ is incarnated. It's not a mere sight thing. It's not a mere knowing. It's also is it a concrete fact of the body. But I don't want to go into any more detail than that. This should be back. My friends, we're coming to the end. The sun is going behind the horizon. The camera doesn't have enough power to go for much longer than this. So I just signed on with the 3% remaining on the camera. I'm not going to keep reading. It's just going to cut out in 10 minutes. So just saying goodbye. John Stubble says, I find it super helpful to read the Philokalia for wisdom and purity. Been reading it for 3 months now. So much insight for the world. Absolutely, John. And others sharing these insights on the Fellowship Discord. Go to scottmannion.com/fellowship. There's a free option there. If you can't afford it, that's fine. Just do what it says there, and you can have a free account. And others are doing what John is doing. It'd be good to have you in the Fellowship, John, to be in the conclave meetings, as well as the others who are regular chatters we see. But I'll see you guys next week. We'll bring our backup camera so we won't have any issues. We might have obviously some disconnects or whatnot, but we will be able to go to something, go to a backup. We don't have a backup camera to go to, and this really drains it fast. So we'll see. I'll do some tests and see if I can fix this. Otherwise, I'll return this new model. But yeah, it's a shame. I'm sorry that I cut the reading short, but this is just not going to last. Let me look at it. It's not going to last. So I'll see you next week. God bless you, everyone. John Stubble says, I appreciate you. Cheers and blessings to you, brother. Thank you for reading. Very enjoyable. I'm glad you liked it, my friend. I'll see everyone next week. God bless you.